Okay. So I'm helping organize this year's Kalamazoo County Veterans Day ceremony, and just here to raise awareness of the event. It's going to be different than years past. I know that many of you have shown support in the past, and it's usually outside at Rose Park. However, this year we're going to do it at the National Guard Armory. It's going to be indoors. That way we can plan for the elements. I know that there's a lot of individuals in the community that would like to attend the event, but they're always worried about the cold, the wind, the rain. So we're just moving the event. It's going to be completely different moving forward. We have a lot of new faces on our planning committee, so I really encourage everyone here to help raise awareness of the event so we can show support for our veteran community. We have 10,000 veterans that live here in Kalamazoo County, and a second part of this process is that we are currently soliciting nominations for Kalamazoo County Veteran of the Year. Every year we get roughly 20 to 25 nominations. I would like to blow that number out of the park. I know that out of 10,000 veterans, that's such a small fraction. And we have firefighters, police officers, teachers, mechanics, farmers, nonprofit leaders, entrepreneurs, business owners that are veterans that are here in Kalamazoo County. And I just would really like to tap into your resources and your network as commissioners to raise awareness of this award so we can connect with family members and friends of those 10,000 veterans and nominate the veterans that are really deserving of this award. A lot of them give back a lot in this community, volunteer countless hours, and I would greatly appreciate your help in soliciting nominations for this award. I have hard copies. I'll pass them around right here. And I also will send you all a soft copy, a digital copy to your email or text message. So you have that to be able to post on social media or the like. So I really appreciate your time, and I look forward to seeing you on November 11th at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Dina, do we have anyone online? All right. Seeing and hearing of none, we'll end our public comment. We'll move to item number 3. It's a review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. We'll bring up Finance Director Ryan Post. Welcome, Director.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $2,886,209.57 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners asked to approve claims totaling $2,734,395.57. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,416,820.77 are presented for the August 1st special, August 15th elected, and August 15th general payrolls. That being said, we welcome any questions from the Board of Commissioners.
Seeing none, I'd had a couple follow-ups earlier that I got resolved, so I appreciate the timeliness on responses. Thank you for that. We'll go next to the monthly finance report. And it's still your turn, Director Post.
Thank you. This is for the month of July. Last month we presented June. Thank you, Dr. Catlin, for addressing that report. With this report, we provided very detailed notes. So we kind of covered every area, how we break things down on this customized financial report. So with that being said, I would like to open up to any questions you may have that may have not been addressed within the notes in the report itself.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for doing this. I really look forward to kind of going through these and kind of comparing them to previous years. Now we've got a few years back. My question has to do with the percentages that you had on, like, let's just go to the last page 9 or let's go to the top of, page 9. It talks about the revenues and the expenditures at 22.78 and 58.17%. So far, 58.33% is kind of where we need to be for our our numbers through July. My kind of question has to do with why do we use that? I mean, take out transfers out, for instance. Transfers out on page 7, I guess it's the top of page 7. We've the amended budget is 20,811,000, and our actuals are 18,446. So pretty close, and you've gotten the notes there. I appreciate that. That roughly most of our transfers out have already been done for year end, like 90% of it, or 90% of it, 88.64% of all of our transfer out have been done. So I guess my point is on number 9 or page 9, when we talk about the total percentage of revenues used, if we take out that transfers out and just take out the expenditures and the actuals because those are fixed, we really get down to a 49.51% of our expenditures have been used through July of this year. And I compared that to previous numbers going back to the last few July financial reports. And our revenue, for instance, in July, it says 22.78, 58.17 for this year. Those are the raw numbers without the reduction of the transfers out. In 2024, we had very similar numbers, 21.22 revenue. Expenditures were 57.29. But if we take out the transfers out, our expenditures were at 52%. Going back to 2023, they were at 53%. It looks like we're spending a little bit less each and every single year on our expenditure side of what we're actually budgeting. And looking at the audits from 2024 and 2023, we show that shows witness and at the end of the year when our expenditures are drastically lower than our so I guess what are we doing to get our expenditures in line with what they truly are?
Absolutely. So this root cause has to do with positions, and it has to deal with the budgeting of positions. So in 23 and 24, that was the spreadsheet methodology that I will refer to. 2025, the current year's budget, we use the ERP where we capture the employees. So I think there may have been, well, it's not, I know that there was a different budgeting philosophy, especially when you look at position vacancies and overtime, right? So I think previous finance, without speaking too much about how it was budgeted, it would appear that they knew this pattern, and that maybe the positions may have not been entirely budgeted because they were considering there'd be overtime, but there was vacancies. So the positions may not have been budgeted. So it would appear then our expenditures were on line with where they were because you had position vacancies. Fast forward to 2025, I would anticipate our percentage to the target would be lower because now we are budgeting all the positions, and we're also budgeting more accurately, not quite, but more accurately for the overtime.
All right. If you look at just the expenditures for 2025, from January 1st till July, the end of July, we're actually going in the opposite direction. We're at 49.51 of our real expenditures when we should be at 58.33. It's a difference of about, roughly, if we keep on this trend, we'll be $5 or $6 million under our expenditures.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so I guess this is to commissioners more than anything else. As we go through our budget process, please keep this in mind when we look at positions. We had a balanced budget in 2023. We had $10.2 million in surplus. We had a balanced budget in 2024. We had $12 million in surplus. Until we correct these positions and until we start really truly looking at what we're expending, we're going to budget way more than what we expend, and then we're going to come up with a huge surplus at the end of the year when the audit comes back. It happens. It's happened 3 years in a row now. So, thanks.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that discussion. We'll have opportunity to dig into that more through our budget process. Next, we're going to look at the monthly investment report. We'll bring Chief Deputy Treasurer Tyler White. Welcome, Chief Deputy.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, well, for our investment portfolio as of July 31st, that was uploaded for y'all's review. The portfolio has a par value balance of $141,818,879.10 and a market value of $141,025,401.67. The mark-to-market variance between our par value and market value is $793,477.43. It's roughly a $243,000 decrease from June to July. And as a reminder, like we say each month, our mark-to-market variance only impacts us if we were to liquidate our portfolio. Please don't. For the month of July, our portfolio earned $534,441.15 on an average daily balance of $143,010,279.92 for an effective rate of return on our investments of 4.4%. This is inclusive of all amortization, realized gains and losses on sales and maturities. And of the $534,000 that we earned, $292,849.89 relates to general fund and budget stabilization, while the general fund share is $287,000, budget stabilization roughly $5,800. For the year, our portfolio has earned $4,286,113.89 on an average daily balance of $164,641,204.33. So for the year, we've got an effective rate of return of 4.48%. Just like monthly reporting, this is inclusive of all amortization, realized premiums, realized gains and losses on sales maturities. And of the 4.28 million, $2,624,174.25 relates to the general fund. $39,518 relates to budget stabilization. So if we assume the rest of the year follows a similar trend of January through July, we're on track to earn $7.35 million during 2025. As for our inflation update, so inflation over the last 12 months for July was 2.7%. This is steady at June's number of 2.7%, according to Bureau of Labor Statistics, but our 4.4% rate of return is higher than inflation. We experienced a 1.7% net gain in purchasing power during July. July's inflation was spread across the following categories. Food is up 2.9%. Energy commodities or fuel is down 9%. Energy services or utilities is up 7.2%, of which electricity is up 5.8%, gas is up 13.8%. Shelter is up 3.7%, transportation services up 3.5%, medical services up 4.3%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, are up 1.2%. Now, before I go into questions, I want to note that the info we're receiving from the Bureau of Labor Statistics may be less trustworthy going forward. On August 1st, President Trump fired Dr. Erica McIntarfer, who's the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It was on the claim that a weaker than expected jobs report for July was manipulated for political purposes. This was done without citing any evidence, and past commissioners of the Bureau, appointed by both Republican and Democratic administrators, have attested that partisan activity is not grounded in reality in this space. Dr. McIntarfer was approved by the Senate with an 86-8 margin, including by now Vice President J.D. Vance and now Secretary of State Marco Rubio. She had worked for the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Census Bureau, Treasury Department, and the White House Council of Economic Advisors in a career spanning 20 years of civil service. Now, her firing's concerning for us because the U.S. has traditionally been the gold standard for reporting economic data, because no matter the results, businesses, economists, other users could count on a lack of political interference in what's published. As for the job numbers, the U.S. is the world's largest economy. The Bureau's initial monthly job estimates are often based on incomplete data. These data sets are revised twice following an initial jobs report, and then again each February. So the Bureau's economists also use a formula to smooth out jobs numbers for seasonable variations, and that can make revisions seem larger when they fall outside expectations. To use just the education sector as an example, if not for that formula, each June's job report would look like the economy's in free fall because teachers are not teaching kids in our public schools. So I bring this up not for the sake of political fire alarms or to do any of that because I'm not an elected official. I bring this up because we may end up blindsided by changing economic conditions that aren't reflected in the data we get from Washington. Treasury is not staffed by a team of economists, though if the board wants to give that, I'd be happy to add them to our office. But we rely on the Bureau's inflation data to see how our portfolio stacks up relative to changing prices and to forecast if or when there might be rate cuts around the corner. We're looking at September for a possible rate cut, but if we can't trust the inflation data, we're left kind of holding the bag when our CDs come up for maturity or we've got other investment options that we might be able to put some money into. So just wanted to keep that in mind. It's our sincere hope that the Bureau's civil service ethos is unchanged. The next commissioner won't be bending to any sort of political pressures, though we are a little less confident right now than we were in June. As always, Treasury will continue to inform the board. We'll monitor market conditions. We'll keep you posted of any changes that we see. But I'd be happy to take questions on this, on our portfolio, and run from there.
Thank you, Chief Deputy, and appreciate the education on how the Bureau of Labor Statistics quantifies the health of the employment sector. We appreciate the education for members of the community and for this board. So I'll open to questions. I have some from, I think, Vice Chair, and we'll go Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Mine is really quick. You mentioned and I think I talked to, maybe it was you or maybe it was Thomas about it, but you mentioned the investment income for the general fund and then the budget stabilization fund separately. Doesn't the investment, the interest from the budget stabilization fund go back into the general fund because the general fund is set at a certain dollar amount?
It does. When I'm pulling it together, I have to separate out the different funds. Most months it's included in here and just not picked up with questions. But yeah, it all goes into the same place. It's all revenue that goes back into the county's general fund.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the very clarified report that you provide for us. And so, if they make a change in the interest rate, how much of an effect would that have on our portfolio?
It depends on the size. It's not entirely clear whether they're looking for a quarter or maybe a 0.5% in September. It will have the biggest impact on our most liquid funds, our money markets, some of our pooled investments, but we have been trying to lock in better rates, especially as maturities come up. We've been trying to gauge with, here's a 12-month, a 13-month kind of CD option, some of our longer pieces in our pooled funds, because we knew that rate cuts would come eventually, but it wasn't clear when. This may be the first cut. If I had to guess, based on the job numbers and the inflation info that we've been provided, and assuming that all the data is trustworthy, I'm anticipating a 0.25% cut in September. Assuming that there's not significant job fall off, or if inflation dips really far, then yeah, we could see maybe a 0.5% rate cut, but it's hard to project that. If I could project the dollars with that, I'd be on Wall Street, but I'll keep my eyes out on it. I'll keep you all posted. I can revise the way I've been doing this for projections in the future. All of the numbers I've been providing have been, if we assume the rest of the year follows what's already happened, this is what will be the case. I can break that out if we say, all right, here's rate cuts, do 75% of it is based on past projections, and then this, we can weight it. However the board would like to see it, just let me know. I can present options.
Thank you. But if it were 1/4%, would that have a significant impact or not? And I guess is my question.
Yes and no. So no, in that it's not going to undo all of the gains that we've got so far, right? It will have an impact because now we're getting property tax collections in, and this is where our margin investment strategy really brings in money for the county. Those dollars go into our most liquid options, our pooled funds, our money market funds, because we need to then pull out funds for, we're paying the state for state education taxes and the like, and we're spreading money out to different millages. So yes, in that it will reduce the amount that we get from our marginal investment strategy. No, for all of the locked in investments that we already have, those will not be impacted.
Vice Chair.
And I just brought his question, Vice Chair Pro Tem's question brought me up to, and I've been looking through these the last few months, and I think you guys have been doing a really good job of insulating yourself from potential rate cuts by locking into a lot of long-term things. You look at the short term, it's about 35–40% of their total investment is in short term. So a 1/4 point on that, which would be 10% of half, it would probably affect it $50,000 or $60,000 total on a 1/4 point with this current strategy. So it's not going to be big. It's when you get multiple rate cuts, one after the other, that's when we have more of a short-term effect. And I think your office has been doing a good job of insulating yourself in anticipation of future cuts. So I appreciate that.
And seeing nothing further, thank you so much, Tyler.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to item 6 for fiscal year 26 budget discussion. Go through a review of the recommended revenue forecasting, carryover expenditures. So we're going to be led through a presentation, and like the administration have the opportunity to go through their materials, and then we'll pose questions at the end of the presentation. Okay, Administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Waiting on administration to pull up the PowerPoint, but I know you all have it in front of you. We also republished the packet, so the public also has access to the presentation as well. So I'll just give that a second so we can get that pulled up on the screen, and then we'll get started. All right. Thank you, Dina and Monique. So Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, we wanted to kick off and continue the budget process by presenting some revenue forecasting and carryover expenditures as a precursor to delivering the Administrator's recommended budget sometime here within the month of September. So we're going to go through tonight, preview some of these items, and specifically highlight revenue projections, expenditure outlook, fund balance management, and then alignment with board priorities. Next slide, please, Dina. So again, this is the outline. We'll focus on 4 key areas, which are expenditures, revenues, fund balance management, and finally the board budget priorities. And then together, we believe that these will help guide our fiscal strategy. Next slide, please. All right, thank you. So right now, this slide is a review of expenditures, mainly focusing on, for this slide, focusing on our personnel-related costs. So as you see that personnel-related costs remain the largest driver of our general fund. For 2025, salaries will total approximately $52.7 million. And then 2026, we're projecting $55.1 million, reflecting a 3% wage scale increase with eligible step increases, which is an increase of about $2.4 million. I also want to point out that our fringe rate was reduced from 40% or reduced to 40% rather from 42.9% in 2025. So that took effect this year. While this has a positive near term budget impact, we must recognize that ongoing obligations may necessitate future adjustments. So this could mean an eventual increase in the rate or reconsideration of the structure of our medical and non-medical benefits that we offer to employees. But our goal overall is to ensure that long-term sustainability and vitality of these funds remains successful. Next slide, please. So this slide here just gives a very brief overview of expenditures related to overtime. So we continue to budget overtime intentionally. For 2026, that relates to or equates to about $1.4 million, including both salary and benefits. So that's inclusive of the fringes with that. Next slide, please. This chart here rather shows a gap between overall overtime budgets and the actuals. So historically, actual costs have exceeded what was budgeted, and our 2026 figures better align with those realities to minimize surprises. What we will also discuss eventually throughout the budget process, and we can discuss it tonight, is that you'll see year to date in 2025 that we're projected to exceed that budget recommendation, and you'll notice that for 2026 it's also budgeted a little lower. What usually happens is that within the salary pool, due to the vacancies that Vice Chair had alluded to, they usually provide that cushion to address additional overtime needs within departments. And the main driver of departments that have implications on the overtime budget is the sheriff's office. So in 2023, our budget was 1.8 million. The sheriff's office was 1.4 million dollars of the overtime budget. The rest of the county was 400,000. 2024 was a 2.2 million dollar overtime actual. Sheriff's office was 1.8 million. The rest of the county was 400,000. 2025 year to date, we're already at 1.5 million. 1.2 million sheriff's office. The entire rest of the county is 288,000. So what happens is within that, right, there are a slew of sheriff's office positions that are vacant, where that funding then is used to, or is rather reallocated to support the overtime budgets for that office. Next slide, please. So yeah, I'll pause. A good stop here to see if there's any questions from the board on anything that I've discussed so far with expenditures.
Seeing none.
Very good. All right. Revenues. Next slide, please. So we'll talk about property taxes. So on the property tax side, we are showing that obviously this is really the main source of income for the county, with the exception of millages and such. And as you see, this number really I say it mirrors our personnel wages. So all of the property taxes essentially support all of the personnel for the county who deliver services to county residents. We're projecting a 4.5% increase, which is slightly below equalization's forecast to promote stability within the county. So that number for 2026 equates to 56.4 million. Next slide, please. This is just that schedule that we presented last year, just to kind of remind the board and the public of how the county receives its funding. So it's very sporadic. So we just have that out there as just a kind of a tool for education. Next slide, please. So for 2026, we're forecasting right now some of these other buckets of revenue. A pretty noticeable one is our marijuana tax. We don't know how much we've collected for the prior year until the year after. So we've kept that number flat at 2.1 million. We know that realizing the data that we received from the state from 2020 or back all the way through 2022, that the numbers appear to be kind of plateauing a little bit. So we wanted to keep that number flat, and then we will be able to adjust based on the numbers that we receive in March 2026 for 2025. So we'll be able to address that going forward for hopefully 2027. So 2.1 million there. We also investment income, we're bumping that up by 700,000 to ensure that we have smart growth and remain cautious and stable to 3.5 million. So we have that numbers. State revenue sharing, we have an asterisk by that because we know that the state is still deciding on how they will budget for the entire state, which includes state revenue sharing. The House, the Senate, and the governor all have different revenue sharing numbers. So we plug this in there with an asterisk, just kind of letting you know that the number may change and we'll have to adjust as we move closer to approving our final budget. And then the convention facility and alcohol tax, which supports a lot of the HCS programs. Some of that funding is also directed towards SWIMBA. We are realizing a decrease of the state's projecting a decrease of $87,000. So it's about $1.8 million that we'll receive from the state on that. Next slide, please. All right. So this is the law enforcement fund, a very short slide. As you see that right now we have a $721,600 balance available for new funding. So that's all forecasted based on our similar to property taxes. It's the same thing. So we forecast that. We do have a decent sized fund balance within that fund of 718,000, and that was due to essentially some mishaps between the general fund and law enforcement fund and transfers. So when positions were approved in 2024, they were paid for out of the general fund, but then the transfer never happened to pick that up from the law enforcement fund. So we were paying for law enforcement positions out of the general fund and did not ever take the transfer. So we caught that moving forward. But in either regard, it built up a fund balance within that fund. Typically, this fund really remains at $0. Everything that comes in goes out to public safety. So the courts, animal services, sheriff's office, and OPA. So there is a fund balance there that will get addressed through new funding requests, and then we'll look to spend that all down as well. Next slide, please. So any questions on revenues?
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So you mentioned some plateauing. I know a couple of Gage and Cookies were closing statewide. Is that going to impact us with the recent closing around Kalamazoo County? And do we know how much it'll impact?
No, that's a great question. So, I mean, the state does have very good data on marijuana in general. We did not take that deep of a dive. I would imagine that because that shop is closing, that their business would just merely transfer over to an existing business in the county. So I'm not too concerned with that, but we could drill down that deep, and that's why we kept the number flat. We know that some of these companies are closing, but we also realize that their business will just simply shift to another competitor in the area that's already here. So,
Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. The convention and facility alcohol tax, the state is projecting a decrease in revenue from that fund. Is it based on a change in funding percentage, or is it just people are buying less alcohol?
That's a great question, Vice Chair. I will have to do some research on that. We just get the treasury report and then we plug in the number, but we can look into that for sure.
Okay, thanks. And then the investment report, we talked earlier, and you'd said something that the actuals for investments are 5.2, and I know we don't want to budget that full amount. But are we going to budget like a higher amount as far as the investments? If we do the actual, then we can do something for capital improvement for a higher amount.
Yes, Vice Chair. So what we intended to communicate through here is that we wanted to present a number that addressed the smart growth strategy, but that we will present a number that is higher. So we're looking at about 5 million. So that 3.5 million would go towards operational expenses. The 1.5 million up to 1.5 million would be earmarked for capital improvements. So the 401, 470 funds, so capital improvements and municipal building funds.
Okay, thank you. And then kind of the marijuana cannabis tax question. I think most people are getting pretty close to flat. I think they're budgeting like a 1 or 2% increase, nothing substantial. But yeah, it's based on the state sales. So if your stores close like locally, they base it on the state sales. And if you're a participating municipality, then you're opted into that funding formula. But you know, if we look and I guess if we get 1 or 2% short at, you know, we're $50,000 or $60,000 short, I have no problem putting a 2% increase on the marijuana tax, for anticipated revenues to make that whole, because I think you're gonna see a tiny increase, not much, but 2% probably.
Thank you. So I just have questions on the state revenue sharing projection. So there's a lot of unknowns, but weighing out the three budget proposals that have been brought forward by the House, Senate, and the governor, the amount that we are plugging in at this point, is that in alignment with like the worst case scenario for revenues among the proposals, or where does it line up with what's debated currently?
That's a great question, Chair. My understanding is that we used a number that is sort of in the middle. That's usually how it works out. So they all three chambers kind of come up with a number, and they're all different, but they usually meet in the middle somewhere. So that's kind of the approach that we've taken, because historically that's where they've landed. But we know it'll fluctuate, it'll shift depending on how depending on when the budget is approved.
Thank you. And then one more on the marijuana revenue. Isn't the formula based in part on the number of local licenses?
For townships and cities, yes,
Okay.
not for counties.
I recall that from my township days, so thank you for clarifying that. All right, any other questions on revenues? Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick on our real property, that's pretty much fixed based on our information from our that we got earlier on our equalization and stuff, but so that's pretty solid, I would say.
Yes, absolutely. So Finance Director Post met with an outside CPA firm, Maynard Costarin, and they verified that number is very solid. It's closer to the margin than we've ever budgeted in the past, actually. So it's pretty accurate this time around.
Yeah, I saw that and I thought, man, that's really close. I think it's closer than we've ever been. So appreciate that. It just kind of hit me as okay.
All right, thank you for the questions, and feel free. We have natural pauses throughout, so we appreciate the questions, and we'll conduct follow-up when we need to. Next slide, please, Dina. So where does this leave us? So we know that our general fund with revenue and expenditures, this leaves us with a surplus to address new funding requests of approximately $2 million. The law enforcement fund, with that fund balance that they have, leaves us with around $1.4 million, so $721,000 available to address new funding requests ongoing and support those ongoing new funding requests. But they have a fund balance built up of $718,000 that will leverage to address. There are new funding requests that are some capital and things like that. So some of these one-time requests that we can support. So that leaves us with a total balance for 2026 of $3.4 million. So that's kind of where we are there. So what you'll see in the administrator's recommendation is this number, and we will, essentially describe where what new funding requests we've addressed through this budget process, utilizing that projected surplus within the budget. Next slide, please, Dina. So we wanted to talk about the golden ratio, and I know we talk about this a lot, so we really know how this works, but this is the pie chart that sort of delineates how we handle unanticipated, unallocated revenues. So 30% goes to capital, 30% goes to board priorities of your desire, and then the other 20% goes to large capital and then the fleet needs. So with respect, I've already talked about that. So let's see. So yeah, I think next slide, please. So managing fund balance. So our fund balance policy calls for maintaining a 20 to 25% revenues in reserve. So with projected revenues approaching 95 million and some change, that range would be 19 to 23 million as of the December 31st, 2024 audit. And so as we closed out 2024, we had projected an unassigned fund balance of nearly $30 million. So keeping us in within compliance and providing resiliency for the future. And as you can see there, utilizing that $29 million number, 20% of the fund balance remaining would be $10 million. We would highly recommend a cautious approach considering the looming federal cuts and even state budget cuts of sticking with the 25% of the balance remaining, which would be $6 million. So the next couple of slides will kind of describe some of that and how we envision that money being earmarked. Next slide, please. So golden ratio. So obviously when I talked about the 20%, 30%, 30%. So fleet, large capital, and then building or board priorities rather. That $6 million number that I recommended going with, you would see that 1.2 would be earmarked to fleet, 20%, which would be 1.2 again, 1.2 million to large capital, 30% for capital. So that'd be so large capital is the municipal building fund, that's 470, capital is 401. And so 1.9 million to routine capital, and then 1.9 million to the board's priorities as you all desire to address issues within the community. And so that's what that all comes out to be. Next slide, please. As you consider sort of these balances that are remaining, we recognize that we have significant commitments ahead, ranging from household hazardous waste facilities to our transitional housing shelter, so homelessness initiatives, planning for court remodels, our jail facilities, and addressing retiree benefit obligations. And each of these really have implications on how we move forward in future in this budget, 2026 and beyond, so that we ensure that our long-term financial picture remains sound. There were questions, and we placed some handouts in there. We haven't attached the actual handouts in Civic Clerk yet, but they have addressed a lot of the questions that were raised within the budget retreat. So there are fund balance reports in there. We have an OPEB report in there because that was a major question from even our last board meeting. But just as a reminder, just all of these considerations that we have and commitments that we have right now that will shape how we address future budgets as we move forward. Next slide, please. These are just a reminder to the board and the public. So our overarching priority for the board's budget in moving forward is diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then specifically targeting public safety, employees, and then community stability. Next slide, please. Just our strategic plan goals. So as we are going through the budget and formulating a administrator's recommendation, in alignment with the strategic plan, we're trying to address goals 3, 4, 6, and 7. And so just a reminder about that. And next slide, please, Dina. That might be all right. Yeah. So what I wanted to talk about was just a couple of things, and it's not necessarily on the slide, but this is our closing slide. So I wanted to highlight some of the long-term challenges that are ahead. So we know OPEB, which are other post-employment benefits, those continue to rise. And as a reminder to the board, and even for OPEB, but even active employees, we're self-insured. So that means that while we maintain an insurance broker, we have Blue Cross Blue Shield, so we pay insurance premiums. We also pay all of the claims. And so if you have a healthy workforce, your claims are typically lower. Ours are, I would say, probably moderate. We're like somewhere in the middle. But if you have an unhealthy workforce, our claims skyrocket, and that has implications on the budget. The rule of 80 really identified that 1/3 of our employees are eligible for retirement. 1/3 have not retired. However, of that 1/3, a significant portion, probably 95%, are eligible for retiree health care. And so we wanted to point that out too. They're entitled to that under the legacy system. And so as you're aware, senior healthcare, right, often brings higher costs than healthcare related to active employees, with obviously some exceptions to that. So additionally, on that previous slide, we talked about retiree wage adjustments for those that are currently in the system. We just received back those valuations, so we'll get those disseminated to the board as we move forward. They're very costly, and if approved, will also have implications on the budget moving forward. All of those benefits are paid out of Fund 610, the Employee Benefits Fund. So, and that's funded through the general fund through the fringe rate. And so, again, as we continue to consider these enhancements, we will also need to consider necessary adjustments to the fringe rate as we move forward. It'll have implications on affording these items. So I think that it just underscores really right why our ongoing vigilance and benefits management is really so critical in how we move forward and budget discussions now and in the future. So again, management principles, we look at smart growth, we look at investing versus spending. So how are we investing in our facilities? How are we investing in employees, even our retirees, versus just spending money? And then a cautious approach designed to ensure that we maintain employment of employees and the services that we have at a serviceable rate. Next slide, please. And that's all I have for you this evening. I am anticipating that we will have an administrator's recommendation based on some additional discussion tonight. Hopefully, well, certainly by September 16th and or earlier. So we're working really hard to drive that home. Within that, and I forgot to point out, within the surplus number, we've already baked in the community grants funding. So that $400,000 funding, that $2 million does not need to address the $400,000 community grants program. That's already baked into the budget. That's already done. So that's funding that we can leverage to address new funding requests and beyond. So happy to take any questions on the information and material that I just presented. I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Administrator. I appreciate the analysis and the supporting materials provided to the commission. I'll open it up for questions. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Kevin, I really appreciate the handouts. I know I'm a dinosaur when it comes to working on paper, but I always like to have it to help coax me along. And I salute you for pulling together where we stand now into, I don't know, was it 20 pages? It's pretty neat. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm looking for the balance of all the fund balances. Was that in? I don't think it's in here. I tried to just. Oh, it's in here. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Okay, thank you. And then the OPEB obligations that we have, I agree that that's going to be at least in the short and medium term future, it's going to be a substantial obligation. Do we know what percentage of our current employees are receiving or participate in that legacy? I think we stopped it in 2010, correct?
Yes, that's a great question, Vice Chair. I believe that I thought it was 2014. It could have been 2010,
Oh,
but
it could be 20.
but yeah, we will check on that and we can get that information. I don't know offhand, so we can gather it.
Just eventually that, since we got rid of it in 14, eventually that obligation is going to go away. I mean, as you know, 20 or 30 or 40 years down the road, there won't be anybody receiving that benefit anymore. But I just don't know when it plateaus and when it starts to decrease, or that'd probably be an actuarial question. But okay, thank you.
All right, I'm seeing no further questions at this time.
Well, Well, okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Chair and Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners. There's a lot of work that, believe it or not, that did go into this presentation. So I do want to thank the finance team through the leadership of Director Post, the Deputy County Administrators, our Management Analyst Ezekiel, who pulled together a ton of this information as well. And then, of course, our Chief of Staff, Dina, and Administrative Coordinator, Monique. Just a lot of work went into this and goes into the budget. It's just a ton of time, and I was on vacation last week, and so I got to give them the credit. They put together this presentation. I'm presenting it, so just want to thank them wholeheartedly and appreciate your time tonight. We will plan to deliver an administrator's recommended budget here in the near future, so look forward for that, and we'll keep the discussion moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. All right, with that, we're going to move forward to item 7. We have a review of the responsible bidder policy. I'd like to open it up to Deputy Administrator Cole. If you'd like to come and discuss the bidder policy with us. Oh, my apologies. You want me to start with council? Thank you so much. Sorry, Deputy Administrator. We had discussed both earlier, Administrator. So welcome, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this opportunity to address the body on the responsible billers policy. Purchasing Director Barbosa is passing out a presentation which she will present as we go through the changes and the suggested amendments to the responsible billers policy. This matter was brought to Corporation Counsel's attention last August by Chair Strebs, and we do apologize for the delay in this matter. One of the things is that I am not a purchasing specialist, which I learned, but they were working with Purchasing Director Barbosa. We were able to finally bring a proposed policy to you, which we will believe will benefit and achieve the aims and goals of this body. Madam Director comes forward for the presentation, I'd just like to say thank you to Ryan Post, Finance Director, for bringing Barbosa to the county. She is phenomenal, which you will see for yourself. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome, Director Barbosa.
Thank you very much again. Lou, thank you, and grateful to the ad hoc committee and the building authority who have worked diligently for months. I just came in towards the end to wrap it up with a bow. This really strengthens our construction procurement policies. The goal has been to make sure that every project delivers the greatest value to our taxpayers and supports our local workforce and is carried out with transparency and fairness. Terms that you're going to hear frequently throughout this presentation, so bear with me. So I aim to present with you the key updates to this policy. That is the request for proposal evaluation policy, the tools we've developed to support it, the standard RFP template, as well as the scoring matrix we created. These updates are not just administrative changes, they're about creating consistency and safeguarding our public funds, building stronger trust with both our vendors and of course the community we serve. Alrighty, next slide please. Let's dive into. Alrighty. So the amended policy now clearly applies to only projects valued at $100,000 or greater and distinguishes clearly between construction and non-construction projects, which I believe was an issue in the past. And we've now introduced a scoring matrix to ensure consistent and best value awards. The new, next slide please. The new policy clearly defines the evaluation criteria used to score all requests for proposals, as well as the submittal requirements that provide vendors with a roadmap on how to maximize their score for their evaluation. In short, submittal requirements are what vendors are required to turn in, and the evaluation criteria will tell them how it's scored. Next slide, please. And these are the general RFP evaluation criteria, so this applies to all non-construction projects. Construction projects will have 3 additional criteria that we'll talk about at a later slide. So for completeness, we're asking, did they follow the instructions and did they submit everything? For experience, have they done similar projects in the past? Do they have the right personnel for the project? For capacity, do they have the financial and operational strength and resources to deliver their project? Legal standing, are they licensed in good standing and free of major legal issues? For approach, do they understand the project and provide us with a solid plan? And compliance, do they take exception to our statement of work, insurance, or legal requirements? Next slide, please. And to clarify, we completely separated the construction contractor evaluation criteria and submittal requirements into its own section, section 13.6 now. And like I said, it has 3 additional criteria: safety, where we can track their safety record; workforce and equity, do they support diversity, equity, fairness, and workforce development? And finally, local impact, do they contribute locally and/or engage with the community? Next slide, please. So those are the 3 highlighted there. That is the weight that we have assigned in our committees. We still provide with flexibility where the departments are able to change the weights, except for the last 3. Those remain firm. Of course, our construction criteria. So the scoring matrix is basically a grading chart. It takes the evaluation criteria that we've created and assigns a weight percentage, and that our subject matter experts and our key stakeholders who will form an evaluation committee score these proposals against these standards. Again, ensuring fairness, transparency, and consistency in contractor selection. I really want to thank you, Chair Stubbs, for your leadership and push for this matrix. Your super detailed research and advocacy were instrumental in shaping this matrix into the fair and balanced tool we see today. Vice Chair Taylor also strongly championed and made sure that we kept our eyes on our mission of supporting our local small business participation front and center as we work diligently to refine the submittal requirements and evaluation criteria. And additionally, I want to thank the Building Authority for their emphasis on labor safety and work environments that support worker well-being and growth. So, and you'll see these goals directly reflect in the matrix, especially in the assigned weights you see. Next slide, please. So scoring matrix are just a universally adopted best practice throughout the USA and Canada. Scoring matrices make all procurement processes fair, legally defensible, transparent, and ensure we get the best value by staying fully compliant with best practices and procurement laws and regulations. Next slide, please. And because we recognize that vendors are essential to our competitive process, we are committed, and especially now, as a purchasing manager here for the county, I am very committed to supporting them and offering clear, transparent, and customer-focused service. And to honor their importance, we've made the process simpler with one integrated RFP submission instead of our old 2-step process where we had a questionnaire that was quite extensive that they had to submit, and then they had to submit the RFP, which is another very extensive process. So now we've looked to eliminate the two steps. Now it's all in the RFP template, and there's no resubmitting the questionnaire as they were before. You have to recertify every year. And in addition to that, I've created vendor tools such as a checklist, a submission template, and now that we have an RFP template, they're able to really get familiar with it because that's not going to change anytime soon. And we've also created a protest form so that vendors are able to bring up their concerns easily without having to guess how. The form just is quite easy. It just walks them through it. And it also gives us a better idea of how to address those concerns. Yes, please.
And on that last point, speaking to Director Barbosa's expertise, by adopting her protest form as opposed to the letter which I drafted, this allows for a less subjective approach to protest, as well as better information garnered from the initial protest when it is submitted to the county. So I would like to thank you for that.
Thank you. Next slide, please. I do want to say I'm purchasing manager.
Oh, person.
Ryan is my director. It sounds nice though, just kidding. So, next slide, please. Thank you. So as I've said before, there's, this is a very detailed process, but there's still, it allows for flexibility. And pricing formats is one. Do we want a lump sum? Do we want to award by item, by lots? Our evaluation criteria and submittal requirements can be, as long as they stay within the same idea, but might be tailored to a different kind of service. And the submittal requirements will also remain the same, but again, tailored to their specific services. And the weighted scores can also be played with, except again, for the last three. And after we're done with the evaluation process, if we have questions, we are able to clarify and have interviews with our proposers so that we can make sure that we understand their submission as well, and that we fairly compared it. And of course, this means we're not obligated to award solely on price. Next slide, please. And here I've provided you with active links that you can explore, but it just shows that these changes we are making are truly supported by the most important organizations. NIGP, the National Institute for Government Procurement, is the go-to organization for all public procurement officials. Of course, it's directly in alignment with Michigan procurement law, as well as the ABA Model Procurement Code, which is a code developed by the American Bar Association. And it's nationally recognized standard and widely adopted for use as best practice across the US. And finally, of course, the OMB Uniform Guidance, which dictates the laws and regulations for grant funding. It also supports this best value solicitation using scoring matrix approach. Next slide, please. And again, more links for you on the legal backbone of best value procurement. So you can explore, they're quite extensive. To me, they're riveting, but maybe not to everyone. So just further supporting our move, our changes here. And next slide, please. All right. So these revisions will ultimately mitigate risk by emphasizing and ensuring award to more experienced, capable, legally and financially sound, as well as safe contractors. We will be directly in line with best practices for public procurement. Of course, very important, foster trust, not just for our vendors, but also for our residents who expect transparent policies and consistent standards. Protect our taxpayer funds by prioritizing value and quality, and minimize disputes by being straightforward and writing everything up front, no surprises for our vendors. And next slide, please. And finally, these updates are more than just policy changes. They represent a shift towards smarter, fairer, and more transparent procurement in Kalamazoo County. These really build trust with our vendors, our residents who expect accountability, and even within our own organization, because now we have a fair and consistent process for competitive solicitations. And again, I want to thank the Ad Hoc Committee and the Building Authority, of course, county leadership for their partnership and input and for pushing for this. I truly feel that we've built a foundation that ensures that every project moving forward is not just results driven, but a real value to the people of Kalamazoo County. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Manager and Corporation Counsel. I think it should be stated, I think you did a little more than put a bow on it at the end. Your expertise is very valued and thank you for bringing sort of this project along with Corporation Counsel to fruition. We've been at this quite a while. And, you know, I want to thank also members of the ad hoc committee, including John Current, representing the IBEW for his input, Commissioner Kistler, Vice Chair, managing our purchasing department, Corporation Counsel Administration, all for the contributions in our work. So I'll open up at this time to questions. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who put their hard work into this. Welcome.
Thank you.
I was gonna say,
Victoria. Is that
Ms. Barbosa,
Oh.
Manager. I was gonna call you Director, but we just got it. So, thank you. One, that this is streamlined. Two, that you have tools for these contractors and best practices. You mentioned that, you know, as people fill out these or organizations fill out these RFPs, we want to make sure that, you know, they've been around, they're financial. My concern is that we have Black and brown businesses who may not have 50 years of experience, but when you look at, you know, some of the things that they're doing and growing around Kalamazoo, and you take a look at their budgets, they are doing extremely well. So while I do appreciate this, I just want to make sure that Black and brown businesses will have fair opportunities, and it's not this straight monopoly that's been happening around Kalamazoo with friends making sure friends get what they need. And I'm not saying that this happens in Kalamazoo County because I don't pay close attention when I look at it, but I know that it's happening when my phone is buzzing with Black and brown contractors that are not being afforded the same opportunities.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you brought up that concern. And because it wasn't pertaining to this policy, but I do plan on going by foot to these businesses, knocking and asking them questions about why they're not participating. What are we doing that we aren't getting your business? I want to make myself as available to our residents and our vendors as possible. I am very honored that this is such an important mission to the county I'm working for. That was very important to me as well. So I absolutely support that concern and have it with you. And trust me, I will do everything to, if I see a monopoly, we're gonna look into it very closely. And I do feel like these tools will prevent that because we've made sure through the last construction evaluation criteria that those are worth just as much as experience and all that, because they are. They truly are. I mean, because awarding to our local vendors just helps the Kalamazoo County even more. It's almost a little selfish, but just kidding. It's just
Thank
fair.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to thank Director Post for a wonderful, wonderful hire. Thank
Thank you.
Manager Barbosa. It's very rare that somebody comes into a department and has just such a profound impact right away. This is great for our community. It makes the process easier for our vendors, cuts it from 2 steps down to 1 step. It helps small minority and women-owned businesses compete with the big guys, and it makes sure that our local tax dollars are staying more closely at home than supporting our local businesses. I think this is a huge, huge step in the right direction. And thank you both, Corporate Counsel and Manager Barbosa.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Counsel.
If I may, again, the building authority provided very valuable input as to the practical applicability of the proposed changes to the responsible bidders policy. One thing that was brought to our attention is the dichotomy of 1099 employees versus regular employees who offer benefits. And what could happen is that if you have all 1099 employees, your bid will always come in lower. But by the same time, we recognize that many smaller businesses do have 1099 employees. So that was just brought to our attention, and it is very detailed. But we will be looking at that. So within the next few months, we will be coming with possibly an amendment. But I did want to bring that to your attention, but we have not had time yet to digest that. But we do believe with everything that's going on, we have enough to move forward now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn with that, but potentially involve our vendors to provide input on how we can better incorporate that 1099 policy into our evaluation criteria so that we're not hurting our local small businesses by making it too strict. So it's a difficult line to balance, and we just want to hear input from those very same vendors. And of course, you.
Absolutely. We had quite a bit of discussion around 1099 employees, and that balance is important because we want to ensure that both wages and benefits are not undercut when we're funding government contracts, but we also want to make sure that we're flexible enough so we can foster, continued growth for contractors in the community that live here, work here, and hopefully grow here and work with us. So thank you for that. Anything further? Whoops, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive and all the hard work that's gone into this. Just a real quick thing. I hope we're not making this too complex so that some of the smaller vendors aren't able to complete what's necessary to, even be in the process. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen the detail. That's kind of more on your side of the house, but just something to keep in mind that we want to
I
make it
completely agree.
easy for, I don't say easy, but make it so it's not so complex that you don't need 3 lawyers, sorry, counsel, to fill out the paperwork. That gets expensive right off the get-go, so.
Yes, and that was a very important concern. That's why we decided to minimize it to just one step, but it's still extensive. So I've warned Director Post that I would love to use our conference room upstairs to have vendors come in, and I'll walk them through the process. It's part of being transparent and providing excellent customer service. We need them as much as they need us. So it's important to foster an excellent relationship with them. So yes, I want to have those trainings and talk to them, have their input, provide amendments if needed. This is an experiment. Potentially next year, things may change as we receive input from our vendors and our departments who will be using this tool as well.
So there's a piece in, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, so there's a piece in there so that we can make the changes as we see necessary to help our local folks. And like I said, we still want to make it competitive and so that, the taxpayers get the biggest bang for their buck. So, but I just want to make sure it's fair so that some of our other folks can have an opportunity. So I thank you for your hard work. Make it so that it's transparent and that, so the next people around can move that down the road. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll add, as our manager has stated, the county has a commitment to that technical assistance that's required. The prior policy and our purchasing policies in general were extremely difficult to navigate. They were not written sort of in a linear fashion. They were very difficult to sort through and understand. And we've come forward with a document that, though the application still requires a lot of information, it's much more digestible than what we were dealing with in the past, and that ongoing support. And I think that's also feedback I've heard from local labor is to understand sort of how this then plays out in practice, and the opportunity to sort of evaluate if we're having the impact that we intend to, and be open to refining and improving as we go forward. But we've got like the foundation of it, and we just kind of decide what color paint goes on the outside.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yes.
Absolutely. Good. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move to item 8. We have 3 items for closed session. We're going to take a roll call vote on each. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. For the first one, I move that we meet in closed session with our attorneys for an attorney-client privilege communication dated August 11th, 2025, pursuant to MCL 15.268H.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any discussion? Clerk, will you call a roll?
Commissioner DeLu, Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we meet in closed session with our attorneys for an attorney-client privileged communication dated August 5th, 2025 pursuant to MCL 15.268H.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? Clerk, please call a roll.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu, 9 yes.
That motion carries. And last, Commissioner Wheeler.
I move that the Board of Commissioners go into closed session pursuant to Section 8D of MCL 15.268, the Open Meetings Act, for the purpose of considering the purchase or lease of real property.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
9 yes.
That motion carries. All right, we will convene to closed session. All right. Oh, okay, I was like, do I have enough people? Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. All right, so I'm gonna call back the committee of the whole. We're gonna move some motions to approve the first 2 minutes.
I make a motion to approve the first closed session minutes.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? Is that a roll call and voice vote? A roll call. Clerk, please call a roll.
Commissioner Mazer? Commissioner Morales? Commissioner Ray? Chair Strubs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor? Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu? Commissioner Gisler? Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
5 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
And I make the motion to approve the second closed session minutes.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, please call that roll.
Commissioner Morales? Commissioner Ray? Chair Strubs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu? Commissioner Gisler? Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler? Commissioner Mazer? 5 yes.
That motion carries. All right, at this time, we are going to adjourn our committee of the whole. And then we're going to reconvene our regular business meeting. I'll tap us in and out. So at this time, we will move back into closed session at the call of the chair. I'll call us back to order. Commissioner Wheeler?
Do I come out of closed session?
Minutes. Oh, wait. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, you should proceed with your agenda and then take the chair's privilege in order to approve the minutes from the closed session.
Okay, thank you so much, Council. Okay, so we are reconvening Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners, regular session. We'll take up, item number 1 is our invocation and reflection.
Yes. So we stand. All right, Lord. Don't be laughing at the good Lord. All right, Lord. As we see, we are facing some trying times, especially in our capital. Folks being held hostage without their will as they just try to do the good work that we all try to do on this dais every first and third Tuesday. So I just want us to all come together and make some good decisions and bless our minds and hearts. In Jesus' name we pray. Let the church say amen.
Amen.
All right. Clerk, will you please call our roll?
Vice Chair Taylor. Here. Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
Commissioner DeLuke.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer. Here. Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Ray. Chair Strips.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you so much, Clerk. We'll go to item 4, proclamations. We have a request for approval of a proclamation honoring Deanna Hudson for 25 years of service. And Deanna is with us this evening. Is there someone who would like to read that into the record? Vice Chair?
I'll go up there.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Record here. Whereas Deanna Hudson has served the residents of Kalamazoo County for 25 years as of July 17, 2025, whereas Deanna Hudson has faithfully served as a human resource specialist, demonstrating exceptional dedication, professionalism, and integrity, consistently going above and beyond to support employees and the organization through her collaborative spirit, diligence, adaptability, and focus on continuous improvements, making lasting contributions to the success of the department and the well-being of those she serves. Whereas the County of Kalamazoo wishes to acknowledge and honor employees who have longevity under the umbrella of county government, since it is through longevity that expertise in the employee's particular field is achieved. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby acknowledge with gratitude the many years of dedication and service Deanna Hudson has imparted to the residents of the county and offers its best wishes for many more years of mutual association.
Yeah, thank you.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Ms. Hudson, and congratulations to you. Okay, let's take a point of privilege, and Commissioner Wheeler, you have a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve the third closed session minutes.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor, to approve the third closed session minutes. Any discussion? All those in favor, I'm sorry, let's take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strubs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuke.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you, clerk. All right, this time we've been working hard. I am going to call us a 10-minute recess. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. We're going to reconvene and take us back into our agenda. It brings us to item 5, communications. We're in receipt of item 2025-734, the Animal Services and Enforcement Department, their 2024 annual report. So commissioners, I'm sure all had the opportunity to review the materials in there. We received a great report, including even highlights about the most popular pet names for the year. But we've really seen an expansion of services, the modernization of the equipment, including body worn cameras for animal services, enforcement officers, and a rebranding that I just think is really nice as well. So just want to recognize the hard work of Animal Services and thank them for their report. Commissioner DeLu, go ahead.
If you don't mind, Chair, I just want to add, I sit on the Animal Services Board, and I see Chad here, the director, and he's not going to speak, but that's fine. I just want the administration, the community to know what a great job he does out there. Now, he doesn't work in this building, so he kind of flies under the radar. I don't know if people really know him or appreciate him, but as I said last year at the end, he came in from Texas, and some of the ideas he has and just the changes he has made there, he's just doing a great job, and I just think people should recognize him for that. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
And I'm going to add on to that. The adoptions are up 7% this year as opposed to last year. We're getting more animals adopted out to homes, and a lot of that has to do, based on this report, on the social engagement that he's partaking in. There's a lot more hits. There's a lot more interest. He's finding pets homes. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. Let's go. The other is item 2025-966. We also have our Buildings and Grounds Department 2024 annual report as well. And, I'll just reflect also on that report. I mean, the extent of the work that our Buildings and Grounds Department does, the number of square feet that they maintain, for the community. And it's really that first line to ensure that our facilities are both, clean and hygienic, but functional and well-maintained and safe, including, all of the different facilities across our footprint. And we really, owe a lot of gratitude to the effort put forward by our Buildings and Grounds Department. We see that reflected in the information provided in their report. Okay, good. Yeah, absolutely, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. I always try to make a point of thanking those folks out there in building the grounds for the great job that they do. You gotta remember, they're mowing the grass, they're plowing the snow. They're working diligently to keep our buildings, and as Chair has spoke, safe and clean inside. So inside and outside, they have a horrendous job with the many facilities that we have here, and the great job that they do needs to be applauded. So we need to thank our Building and Grounds Director and all of his crew, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director, for all of your work. We really appreciate you. Yeah, Director McNamara, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let's go to item 6, approval of the minutes. Item 2025-1044, request for approval of the August 6, 2025 draft committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes. Moved by Vice Chair, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We'll move to approval of the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented. Support.
Are we removing?
899 of the consent agenda be removed and we approve the agenda.
I also, pardon me, I would also like to move item 2025-977 from planning, which is a request for approval of canceling a contract, home care coordination. I'd like to bring that to non-consent for some additional discussion.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Ray.
I got one more that I want to pull. 2025-949 under Board of Commissioners.
Is that for the addendum to the LISC agreement? Thank you. Okay. Any others? All right, I'd entertain a motion for the agenda as amended. The motion is made by Commissioner Ray, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We'll go to item 8 is an opportunity for presentations. We have none for this evening. We'll go to item 9. Here we have our public hearing this evening. Item 2025-660. This is the Maple Hill Leaseholds LLC Brownfield Plan Public Hearing. I'll call that to order. Is there anybody wishing to make comment? Please come join us. There's a button on the podium with a person on it. It should turn on your mic. Excellent. Welcome.
Hi, Jim Vandenberg with Maple Hill Auto Group. Just want to thank the board for, reviewing this, looking at this, and we look at a long road of a lot of development happening with this project as we take a obsolete building at the Westside Medical and turn that back into something productive for everybody, including the Department of Transportation. The Kalamazoo County Transportation Department putting a new road in, which gives them access to the property to the east of us. I thank the board very much for everything they've done. Macy and her committee, the Brownfield community, and then also Ashmore Township with Jody Stafora and Sherry Bell. A lot of great people have put a lot of time and effort into this, and we just appreciate everybody's help through this. And Teresa, she is from Fishback.
Good evening, Teresa Searles with Fishbeck. I prepared the Brownfield plan on behalf of Maple Hill Leaseholds. I just wanted to thank the board for considering the plan. Many of you are aware that Brownfield incentives have expanded quite a bit in Michigan in the last 2 years. That allows more flexibility for local municipalities to use the tools to meet the needs. This plan is really getting back to the core of why Brownfield incentives were first put in place, and that is to level the playing field to encourage development to reuse our existing properties and not build new construction on green spaces. As Jim mentioned, this is restoring a functionally obsolete property, putting it back to productive use and back on the tax rolls. The level of incentives here being sought by the developer is less than 8% of the total project costs. So truly represents that cost overage of developing these brownfield properties. Ashmo Township, when they considered supporting the plan, one of the board members made the comment that this project is an ideal use of TIF funds. So I just encourage you in your review and your partnership. We appreciate seeing the local and private partnership here and considering adopting the Brownfield plan for the super redevelopment. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Yep, you can. Looks like you can. Is there anyone else wishing to make a comment? All right, seeing none, we will close that public hearing. We'll move forward to item 10, which is public comment. It's an opportunity to make public comment in person or by phone. You can call 855-925-2801 and enter meeting code 10748 and press *3 to join the queue. If you wish to speak during both public comment periods, you must press *3 again at any time after the first public comment period has ended. This is the first opportunity to address the board for up to 3 minutes in a professional and respectful manner on any topic. Once recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Is there anybody wishing to make public comment in person or via phone? Seeing none, we will close our public comment and we will move to item 11, approval of our consent agenda.
Chair, I move that we pass the consent agenda by one vote and be considered as consent agenda by the board.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? All right, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strubs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you, clerk. That motion carries. Okay, takes us through. We'll move to unfinished business and general orders for item 12. We have none. And then to item 13, new business non-consent. So first we'll take up item 2025-661. This is a request for approval of the Maple Hill Leaseholds LLC Brownfield Plan Resolution.
So moved.
Support.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem. Is there any further discussion? Right, I'll just add this is an exciting redevelopment. I live in the west side of Kalamazoo, but I'm in Ashtimo so often, and glad to see this reinvigorated and continue the growth we're seeing in Ashtimo, which has been strong and exciting. So thank you guys for bringing this forward and all the work to Macy as well. All right, seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strubs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you, clerk. That motion carries. So as brought forth, we'll take up first item 2025-977. This was under planning. This is a request, and I'd entertain a motion. It's a request for approval to cancel a contract with Home Care Coordination due to the inability to access the EPA grant funding. Motion made by Commissioner Ray and supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Discussion. All right, I asked this to be moved. I did want to bring it forward for a point of discussion and just to elevate again to the community. Kalamazoo County government endeavored to seek a climate resiliency grant, community change grant, which we are awarded by the federal government. Thank you to our climate sustainability coordinator, Taylor Van Winkle, for their work on that grant proposal. Federal government has not released the funds which they obligated to us. This is causing a delay into implementation of the critical work. This particular grant was focused on helping to build out additional workforce training development for individuals, also helping to begin review for climate resiliency hubs and the neighborhood association buildings, and expected to grow several. I don't know if Taylor would like to. Would you mind coming forward for me for just a moment? I'm so sorry to put you on the spot. But I'm just hoping maybe you could speak to the number of employees that we were hoping to see, and that we hope to see in the future, trained with this particular item.
Yeah, so this this particular grant, part of the grant is 75 trainees at the end of the 3 years, so 25 a year would have gone through this program. It's not to say that we can't speak to litigation in progress, but should everything go as hoped, then this, will be something that will be reinstated when funding is reinstated. So
Thank you. I appreciate that. So just to articulate again, that's skilled training for 75 additional employees, and that work is currently delayed at this time. So I want to thank you again for your work, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Straps. And as we're facing a critical shortage of electricians right now in all over the country, specifically in Michigan area, Southwest Michigan area, where we're having these battery plants, where we're having people are converting more and more charging stations. We are at a vast shortage of electricians right now, and getting them trained is crucial to so many parts. I'm glad to hear that if litigation goes well on our side, that we will be reinstating this program, because I think it's absolutely I think it's a great program, and it's very much needed in our community. My question is to do with the timeline of litigation. When do you think, without giving away too much stuff, and I'm kind of looking at corporate counsel, if I stray too far, slap me down, but or just tell me to stop. But when do you think we'll have a better idea, a month from now, 2 months from now, of where do you think this legal process is headed?
Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will honestly say, realistically, it's probably more like a 2-week window, as that we aren't the only litigants that are part of this, and it is a very large class, and it is unfortunately moving through federal court. It is filed in the federal courts, and that speaks to in terms of the judges and what they wish to take up. So I would say realistically anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks before we can give a more definitive answer. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, Counsel. All right, any further discussion? All right, Clerk, well, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All, the motion carries. We'll move next to the next item, item 2025-949. This was a request for the approval of the addenda of ARPA grant agreement for Local Initiative Support Corporation. Motion made by Commissioner Ray, supported by Commissioner Morales. Open discussion. Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple questions. It said that we want this addendum to align with the current federal mandates. What federal mandates are those that we're trying to align with? And then will this need to happen for any of the other ARPA grant agreements?
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. My understanding, this is at the discretion of LISC. They have moved to strike language that focuses on equity initiatives from the language in their contracts. This is not something that the county has brought forward for consideration, but it is at the request of LISC. Administrator, is there anything to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and Commissioner Ray for the question. So yeah, this was, brought forward by LISC, and essentially what's happening at the national level. So their national office is experiencing a lot of, I'd say, issues from the federal government because of language that they included in their program summaries of contracts that they've entered into. Some of that language is diversity, equity, and inclusion related. So they've asked to simply strike that language out of there, knowing that they are still adhering to a lot of those principles. A lot of the programs that we've supported from LISC, especially through this ARPA award, does support all of those initiatives, and they will continue to do that, but they don't want a target painted on their back, essentially. So they've asked that they be struck from their agreement so that they can comply with executive orders from the federal government, mainly related to DE&I.
Excuse me, final question, Chair.
Yes.
So is that something that we're committed to doing at the county level too? Excuse me, softening our language and not talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion? No, I didn't think so. So we're just gonna be okay with folks doing that and still utilizing our funding?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's a valid point, and I share that same concern. People softening their language and walking back from stated values, I think, is a concern. LISC, I do believe, I have a faith in the efforts that they're making, but I am concerned to see this sort of capitulation in a sense. Commissioner Morales? Yes, Commissioner Ray, and then to Commissioner Morales.
Excuse me. And just my final question, just wanted to get an update on where they are with spending. It's the last I knew they weren't even spending down the funding. We gave them close to $1 million, correct? And they haven't been spending the funding.
Yes, I can
Yeah.
forward a report that I did receive, and I will get that over to the entire commission. Absolutely.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. And those were my same sentiments. I mean, nationwide, we are seeing people scale back from the use of diversity and inclusivity, that language, and totally alter their practices that do not support diversity, equity, and inclusion. I mean, we've seen it with Target. We're seeing it with major corporations where just 3 years ago, you know, diversity was, you know, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess a buzzword. But now we are seeing once they scale back the mistreatment of folks who were protected under those clauses. And so I know that we're not to a sense we're fighting back the federal government, but I don't want to see I don't want to see us supporting entities like this and then get smacked in the face because we depend on lists so much, especially in Kalamazoo County, to support areas of diversity and inclusivity. And then in the event that we do see different practices, where do we go? Even though I know ARPA funding is, you know, gonna be soaked up in 26, but I expect that those entities still hold diversity and inclusivity practices close. And finally, are they worried about that? Do they get other federally funded dollars, or is it just the ARPA dollars that they're concerned about? Is this across the board based on the funding that they receive from the federal government that they're changing this language, or solely for ARPA?
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. My sense is, LISC is a broad national organization, and I do think that there is a lot more interface with federal funding beyond our ARPA award. And so, that's their organizational assessment about what they want to do. I think with this funding and others, when we, think about what awards we make in the future or what we've done with this ARPA award, we do have, outcomes that are laid out in the grant agreements. We expect those to be fulfilled. So, Commissioner Ray's question is apt about, what does that flow through the dollars look like? What's being accomplished with them? What's been spent? And that's a timely consideration, and one we're going to hold everybody who enters into contract with us accountable for what they said they would accomplish with those dollars. So I don't know if that speaks to the concern. It certainly, is up to their organization to prove that it's in the pudding, or I forget what a saying I'm trying to convey there. The proof is in the pudding, right? Thank you. There we go. Administrator, do you have anything further to add at this time, or we'll wait for a follow-up?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, yeah, we'll wait for a follow-up. I did capture those comments, and I'm asking the executive director to respond. So I will send that report and then these responses all in one, if you don't mind.
Any further questions? Okay. All right, seeing none. All those in favor of the amended contract, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Okay. All right. That brings us to the end of new business. We'll go to item 14. It's our second and final opportunity to make public comment. The number and meeting code as stated before, *3 to rejoin the speakers queue. You have 3 minutes to address the board in a professional and respectful manner on any topic. Please share your name and where you're from. Anyone wishing to make public comment? All right, I am seeing none. And we have anyone online? Oh, yes, please. There she is. Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Strabs, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Gwendolyn Hooker. I am a Kalamazoo County resident, North Side resident, and I really just wanted to take the opportunity to say hello. I didn't really have anything really much to say except that I wanted to commend everyone on getting the opioid dollars out of the door finally. I'm gonna say that it took you too long, but I am glad that it finally did happen. Also want to say that I'm very excited for the new grant round that you guys initiated with the $400,000. I think that's very trailblazing, and I'd like to see those kinds of things happening to give other organizations opportunities to access low barrier, easy accessible funding, unlike other things that come out of this body, such as the housing millage, which is very hard to access for other organizations that don't have all of the things that it requires. Not speaking so much as to Hope Through Navigation, but I have heard from other organizations that the process is very difficult and somewhat inequitable in a lot of ways because it's not really easily accessible and very much difficult for lower organizations that don't have the capacity to be able to reach a lot of the threshold that application requires. So other than that, I think you guys are doing a really great job. It's kind of a backhanded compliment, but you are doing a great job for the most part. But I wouldn't be, I can't just say all the good things because, you have to be honest and say that, you are doing a great job, but also, you're an elected official and I want to let you know that you're doing well, but there's always room for improvement and continue to fight the good fight. There's lots of challenges, as we all know, but continue to hold the values that this county continue to strive for extraordinary governance, which is what you all hold true. And I think that if you keep that in the forefront, I think you guys will be great. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Take care.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna close that public comment. We'll move to item 15, reports of officers, bodies, administrator, and controller. So I will open this off this evening. We continue to see concerning trends at the federal level. It was started with our invocation this evening. Commissioner Morales really recognizing how military, National Guard, and police forces are being used in segments of our nation. And I just want to thank our local law enforcement for being responsive to concerns of the community. I hope that it maintains that way, being responsive, being transparent, and focusing on how important it is to continue community trust as we move forward into really unknown times ahead. It has been a very busy time since we last met. I've been engaged in a number of dialogues around what we're doing with housing. We've done deep work on the responsible bidder policy that came back before us this evening. We have important initiatives advancing around housing and broader discussions we have about how to tackle the big problems that our community faces. And also as we negotiate this budget process. And, I remained hopeful because we got just a strong team and a strong commitment to our values here locally. And, it remains our community to shape and our community to stand up for as we go forward. So we had really strong advances again tonight. Again, as we heard from Gwendolyn, the opioid remediation dollars are out and up for application. We'll look at that stuff to be implemented. We have upcoming class action suits, opioid settlements that we will hopefully be agreeing, to sign off on as they come before the board, bolstering the resources that we have to tackle that issue in an ongoing way. So we have very important work that continues here at the county, and we had very important discussions this evening in closed session, and I really appreciate our colleagues' kind of robust dialogue, and hopefully we're visioning a better Kalamazoo for the future as we talk through all of that. So thank you all for that tonight. I'm going to take us to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. I want to give a huge thank you to the Community Foundation. $500,000 to support our drug treatment courts, helping to fill in the gap from some of the federal dollar shortfalls that we're seeing. We're lucky to have places like the Community Foundation that can put in $500,000. A lot of communities aren't as lucky as that. They recognize the importance of lowering recidivism rates and not just continuing this revolving cycle of in and out of jails, but actually trying to rehabilitate people and make them productive members. I just can't say enough about our specialty courts and how I think that they save us money, and they're also the moral thing to do as well. The responsible bidder policy that we passed tonight, I think that's huge. I think it makes it a lot simpler for vendors. We've taken a complex two-step process and we've taken it down to one. We've increased the transparency in the process, and we're making sure that our local tax dollars, the businesses that are spending those dollars on the millage for their home property and their business, it's going back to them when they do the projects and the jobs that we're putting forth. So I think that's great news. We're working together as a board, and there's a lot of real big things coming down the pipe here. And I'm just thankful to work with everybody on this board, and we are making Kalamazoo a better place to live, work, and play.
We're getting team T-shirts pretty soon. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
You heard her. Chair said we're getting team T-shirts now. Great place to live, work, and play. So I hope it's continuing on. Just share. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, commissioners. It's great working with a team that's working hard for our community. We have, as Vice Chair pointed out, we've got a lot of things we're working on, big things, making Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. We've got to do some teamwork with others, get them on board, bring them down the path, continuing the hard work. As we had some great reports tonight from many of our departments that we don't often hear from, but have a huge impact on what we do. Our grounds department, the bidder projects, all these things are huge. We need to continue to keep them in our minds and thank them for their hard work. Our administration does a great job. Our many departments that are out there, when you see them, thank them for their hard work. Keep in mind our military and those folks that continue to protect us abroad, and locally our local law enforcement, firefighters, our EMS folks, our medical people that are out there on the front lines day in and day out, night and day, keeping us safe and doing their best they can to take care of us. There's a lot going on in the world. We're hoping for peace in the Middle East. We're hoping for peace over in Ukraine and Russia that may be close to a reality instead of a continual bloodshed of innocent and people that shouldn't be dying, but are. So I'm hoping that that comes to fruition real soon and that stops and we work on a better world. But we're going to take care of Kalamazoo and make that a great place. And again, keep those other folks in mind and have a safe week. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator.
All right, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners. I have, I would say, I guess, several announcements, but I'll be pretty brief. What I wanted to sort of, dovetail on is the theme of a great place to live, work, and play. We did update that Budget 101 video. So that is now included. That is now included as the end, or in the end of that video. So we'll make that live in due time. There's this one small detail we want to correct on that. I wanted to also just echo some of the sentiments shared tonight about our animal services and enforcement and our buildings and grounds departments. A lot of work went into preparing these annual reports, and we kind of make them jump through hoops to make sure that communications wise that they align with the image of the county. But aside from that, a lot of the material that they put in there came directly from their departments. And there's a couple of things I want to highlight that I wrote down related to animal services and enforcement. I'll say, and I'll kind of dovetail off what Commissioner DeLu said. Our director, while he may be quiet, and they always say that quiet people are always up to something, right? But I'll say that Director Ensign is, what I can say is that he's up to just exceeding expectations and just being high performing, and that really percolates through his department, and they have a high performing team. One of the things that I wanted to mention was that when Chad got here, he has an innovative mindset, and he launched the first ever volunteers program in the department with 29 active participants providing valuable support. And they can't do that work alone, especially working with animals. So that's really appreciative. He saw the need to secure additional grant funding through MDARD, $10,000 to expand services, including microchip clinics around the county, so that it was accessible to individuals that had pets that need to be microchipped, so that if they're lost, we can help reunite them with families. And so those are just some of the things that that stuck out to me. There's a plenty, and I won't go into detail. I have like 10 bullet points for him, and for that department, I have another 10 or so for buildings and grounds, but just wanted to highlight those. There's a lot of work that animal services enforcement does that is behind the scenes that a lot of folks don't see and don't realize that there are state statutes that mandate the services that they must provide to the county, and excellent leadership under Director Ensign's very sophisticated leadership and just motivating and empowerment of employees. I want to talk about buildings and grounds too. Director McNamara is just a very, very high performing individual as well, and really knows this county and its facilities, has the history, extremely knowledgeable, and I don't know how he retains it all. We have a pretty robust portfolio of newer buildings, but aging buildings too, and just his capacity to retain what we need for this county to make sure that we're successful and that employees feel safe, our visitors feel safe is nothing short of remarkable. But Director McNamara has championed facilities and their improvement through the 20-year capital facilities master plan. And so obviously that sets a clear roadmap for long-term investment and resilience in county departments. One of the things, and I think that he's very proud of this, but he's achieved 94% staffing levels. That has been almost unheard of, and obviously a lot of that is due to the board's willingness to I'd say award or afford more benefit enhancements to employees, so it helps with recruitment. But that has really helped the department live up to the satisfaction that that our employees and the visitors sort of demand, right? And so we demand a lot of things, and now that they can deliver on that. But they've also implemented new operating procedures, and tend to be exact, to live up to those expectations and strengthen operations. Obviously, as you know, the new Justice Center came online, so they had a lot of involvement in commissioning that building to ensure that the facility lived up to the expectations of not only the courts, which the courts are operated by the judges, and there's more elected officials that they have to deal with, and but we want to make sure that the employees, the judges, the prosecuting attorneys, the sheriff's office feel safe and valued in that building, and they've lived up to that. So I just want to highlight that Director Ensign, Director McNamara have been phenomenal team members in this county, and we definitely value their leadership. So I just want to highlight that. Just two final things. Budget update. As I shared tonight, we'll hopefully try to deliver the administrator's recommendation. Well, we will definitely have it by the 16th of September or sooner. So my goal is to actually have something by the second, barring any issues with this complicated digital budget book. So if our third party ClearGov is able to get all of our information in there, we should have something to present. Either way, we will still have a discussion regardless if the administrator's recommendation is not fully completed on the second regardless. So we can talk about some of the materials that we shared tonight and then kind of a precursor into the 16th administrator's recommended budget. And then what I want to talk about too was that our next meeting is on September 2nd. Just wanted to inform, obviously, the board and the public that we're closed on September 1st in observance of Labor Day. So the county offices, of course, will be closed on Labor Day. And then finally, it's last but not least, and I shared this email or this information with the board, but I believe the public should know too, that our county health officer, Jim Rutherford, has announced his resignation effective September 22nd, 2025. However, his last working day will actually be August 29th as he transitions into a new position with the state of Michigan. And so I want to say that, Director and Health Officer Rutherford, we've had a really solid relationship. He has been or has dedicated years of service to this organization over 13 years, particularly, and I want to highlight particularly his leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic. Although I was not here at that time, when I was applying for the job, I reviewed a lot of county video and meeting videos and just materials that were out, and he had a steady hand, very knowledgeable in his field. Under his guidance, HCS has thrived through the commitment of his professional staff. They have a highly dedicated professional staff at HCS, and we're appreciative of that. His contributions to me have not gone unnoticed, and definitely we want to wish him every success in this next chapter as he transitions to a state position. It is my recommendation to appoint Deputy Health Officer Deborah Lenz as interim health officer, and that interim title is it encompasses a 6-month state mandated period. So if the board so desires, if they appoint Deborah Lenz as the interim health officer, that'd be for a term of not to exceed 6 months. 6 months, and that would be effective September 3rd. And so while the county in the interim advertises the position, this action, if amenable to board leadership, will be placed on the September 2nd agenda. And note that the appointment would also need to be approved by MDHHS to ensure that all state mandated qualifications are met. So I wanted to get a precursor to that. We'll have discussions with board leadership about that interim appointment, who the board will desire to appoint interim, and then we'll still advertise position and then work with the board to appoint an individual. As you know, this individual health officer is actually appointed by the Board of Commissioners, but they report to the administrator. So we definitely want to ensure that the board is included in the recruitment of the next health officer. And so that's all I have this evening, and happy to take any questions. Otherwise, have a good evening.
Thank you, Administrator. Any questions? Commissioner Morales?
No questions, more of a thank you, Rutherford, for your service, and I second Deborah.
Thank you. I will say the same there. Health Officer Rutherford, really helped guide county government through a extremely challenging time. And I think I have stated my fangirl status a couple times of Health Officer Rutherford, but really the work that HCS endeavored in during the pandemic and all the volunteers they coordinated, it saved a lot of people at the time. And then stepping forward to help run county government and get us a smooth transition, to bring forth Administrator Catlin to give us the time and space to do that. We're really grateful to him, and sorry to see him go, but hopefully he gets the state into shape when he gets up there. All right, anything further? All right. Okay, with that, our agenda is exhausted and we are, oh my gosh. I just want to forget somebody every meeting. I know, and look at that, look at me go. Talk about brain fog sometimes. Good, so we'll start with Commissioner Duluth, thank you.
I like that.
colleagues.
You're just trying to be efficient, like not reading the consent agenda. I like that. Whoa. No, I just want to thank this board again for tonight. In our closed session, obviously we didn't all agree, but everybody's opinion was shared and respected. And I just think it's a good working group. So thank you.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes, I'm alarmed myself, that I have nothing to say tonight. Thank you.
We're gonna note that day on the calendar. Thank you, Commissioner Mazer. No, okay. Commissioner Morales.
Well, dang, good night.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say thank you as well to Health Officer Rutherford. I didn't get to work with him very long, but the time that I did, he's great to work with. I also want to say thank you very much to Gwendolyn for sharing your feedback. You know, I'm a commissioner sitting up here. I'm not out there applying for housing millage dollars. And so to have that constructive feedback of like, hey, this is really difficult for like a normal person is fantastic. And sometimes we need to hear the hard things to make us better. So I really appreciate you. I appreciate the compliment sandwich. Compliment since all the doors. Compliment. And thank you to administration for all your hard work. I know the budget process is grueling. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I also just want to say thank you to Director Rutherford. Thank you for your service at the county, also for stepping in and helping us when we needed an administrator. I think that's all I got. Oh, my son's turning 1 next week, so I'm really excited. And he's walking. Okay, bye.
Congratulations, Mama. All right. On that happy note, now we are adjourned. Thank you.